Yeah,
Pay attention.
Trust me here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Faisal. You can sit. I'm going to stand for a minute. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us for this afternoon session. We have a very, very busy session here where we're going to be looking at the real return on investment. We've heard a little bit this morning about what are the expectations, but now we're going to really dig deep into what we really need to do in terms of, it's not just about economic growth, it's about an expanded and probably a more holistic economic growth. So let me quickly introduce our panel to you. We have the head of national development for the Public Investment Fund, Jerry Todd, is with us. Lovely to see you, Jerry. From Aqua Power, the vice chairman and the CEO, Pad Manathan. Lovely to see you as always, Paddy. I'm absolutely delighted to have His Royal Highness with us, Sultan bin Khalid Al Saud. He is the Deputy CEO of the Saudi Industrial Development Fund, and Faisal Sultan, the Managing Director of Lucid Motors. So thank you so much, gentlemen. Jerry, if I might start with you. And when we look at, you know, the work that's going on with the Public Investment Fund, we heard from the chairman this morning, but if you might maybe define for us that wider economic impact that you're looking to make, and particularly from an investor perspective.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here, Etna, with you and my colleagues. So if you think about Vision 2030, it's a blueprint for an economic transition. And PIF sits within that context. So we're an enabler for that. We can put capital to work. We also have the ability to partner with international companies. And we have the ability to operate through our portfolio companies. And so the job that we have to do is to enable that transition. And we do that through sectors. So if you think of the maturity of a sector on the spectrum from import-oriented with little local value add all the way through to a globally competitive, globally relevant, export-oriented business, our job across our 13 priority sectors is to move to the right. Right? So we invest to move to the right, and we do that. The vector is companies. So we partner with local and international companies that are leaders in their field. We have existing companies in our portfolio anyway, like Saudi Telecom and Saudi National Bank. And where we see gaps, we start up companies. And so the job that those companies then have to do is to build economically viable businesses and in the process advance the sectors in which they operate.
And I like that, move to the right. We can have a few different meanings on moving to the right, to do the right thing, and all of that. So we are keeping you very, very busy right now, huh? Paddy, you know, as an investor here in the KSA, you know, first and foremost, you're a businessman. You might not be a ruthless businessman, but you are a businessman at heart. You know, how do you factor, I suppose, that wider concept of economic good into a business decision?
Privilege and pleasure to be here with you. Fantastic question. So for us, we see absolutely no difference. In fact, it is exactly by involving the community, the people, our supply chain, the entire ecosystem, that we can de-risk our investments. So the company I'm privileged to lead is a company that develops, owns, and operates power generation, desalination production, and green hydrogen plants. So we make massive investments for the long term. We spend billions up front, and we get it back over 25, 35 years. Typically in assets that are built in the middle of nowhere, but in the middle of nowhere you have people, and regardless of whether it's a rich country or a poor country, you will find the most disadvantaged living in those remote places. So we go in there, we put massive investments in the middle of nowhere. For 25 to 35 years, we're going to live in that community. No amount of barbed wires, guard dogs are going to protect you. You really need to work with the community and bring them along with you and partner with them. Now, immediately people say, oh, that's cost. No. Time and time again, we have proven that it is actually less expensive if we are able to bring them in and utilize their services, develop them, train them, all the way through to maximizing local content, maximizing talent development, all the way through. So for us, it's very much our core business, not just in the kingdom, but in the 13 countries we operate in. It's about de-risking and it's about reducing cost by focusing on what now is
How exciting is that?
cool.
But talk to me about how investors, and you particularly, how can you adopt, I suppose, an approach to delivering returns to your shareholders? Because that's why people are looking at this sector. They're going to come in, they see the concept of actual return on investment. And again, building in that social impact, without breaking the business model completely, because there still has to be an underlying business model there.
So, pleasure to be here, and good afternoon, everyone. Look, the world is moving towards this new order, and I think we've been hearing about this today. I think for businesses to thrive, they have to really realize that human capital, the localization, vertical integration, these are real things. And this actually, in the long run, help you become a very healthy business.
Yeah.
So upfront, it's a little bit of an investment, but the returns actually do return to you in the long term. And it's not a burden. I think, that was the old way of thinking.
And again, I suppose some investors might think that that might be the burden, but I think when they are here and they look at it on long term, like any investment decision.
Well, and it has to go both ways, right? It's a partnership. So here in the region, it's very obvious the government, the investors, they work together greatly. PIF is a great example. SIDF is another great example. And we have many institutions like this that is gelling together and bringing these businesses in the country.
And Your Highness, purposely, I wanted you to hear some of the work that everybody is doing, the way now I ask you to look at it from, I suppose, the government point of view, because there's a process there. There are plans, all, of course, heading towards 2050. But also when we look at the financial institution perspective, how do you look at the wider economic growth development, and what do you need? I'm putting it, I suppose, in the government perspective, and then how do you move on and take that mantle and make sure that it's fulfilled?
So sure, thank you, Atina. It's a pleasure to be here as well, and it's also a pleasure to have some of our clients here. So the Saudi Industrial Development Fund is a development finance institution. So the core of what we fundamentally do is to provide long-term project finance, primarily to greenfield projects in the manufacturing, energy, mining, and logistics sectors. And all these are underpinned, our priorities are underpinned by the grander national strategies in that regard. However, core to our mandate is the fundamental economic impact that's created by the projects that we fund. And so, whether it's the new sectors that we unlock, or whether it's the contribution to manufacturing value add, or whether it's the human capital development and employment opportunities they create. I think what's obviously very interesting here is funding and finance is only one dimension. There is most certainly a role for investors and allocators of risk capital to play. There's certainly a role for private sector enterprises to play, and there's a role for government to play. Now, it's difficult to align incentives across a variety of different stakeholders, but there are multiple approaches to do so. Lucid's facility in the kingdom is one example of that, where we hope to unlock the automotive industry. There are other examples. One, which is a story I enjoy telling, is in the renewable value chain as well, and I hope we can come to speak to that.
And again, we want to look at, the work particularly on Sakaka as well, which, you were very involved in. Paddy, would you elaborate perhaps and, talk to us about some of the, there's been great opportunities here, but possibly a few challenges along the way as well. The work that you put in to bring these projects to life.
Look, I think, so lots of opportunities and they come complete with challenges, right? So let's start, give you a quick couple of examples. One is Saudi Arabia is a huge consumer of desalination because we don't have surface water. A substantial amount of water we consume in this country is desalinated. So one of the processes, the main process that desalinates water uses a fairly sophisticated membrane. And this membrane is CapEx, but also OpEx intensive in that we have to replace it every 5 to 6 years. Even though it consumes nearly 30% of all membranes manufactured in the world, till 2006, it was manufactured in Japan, United States, and Germany, but no longer Germany. And it was very remarkable to us. Why? Why is it manufactured in? Because when you talk to the technology providers, manufacturers, it's rocket science. It's complicated. It's finely meshed fabric, da-di-da-di-da. Underneath it all, what is the basic ingredient that goes? The fiber that comes from Sabik. So the fiber comes from Sabik, gets exported to Japan, gets knit into fabrics,
Right.
and comes straight back, significant quantity, into the kingdom.
A bit of a convoluted way of doing it, and it ends up
it
back to
took
you at a
some-
high price, huh?
It took, I don't want to say the multiple. Huh? So it took us 6 years of fighting, persuading, cajoling, pushing, threatening, to eventually break, I don't want to say the monopoly,
Yes.
get one right-minded, visionary company to actually then step in and put a plant in the kingdom and start producing. Surprise, surprise, they found that, turns out to be cheaper. They are able to make more profit and still supply it at a lower price. And no sooner have they started assembling, all the others came. So we now have all of them with manufacturing capacity in the kingdom. And we've had the same experience with Sakaka, the very first renewable energy plant built in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I don't want to call it a toy, 300 megawatts, so that's big. But in the scale of things that we are now doing, it's a small plant. But just on that first project itself, we managed to push the suppliers of the tracker, the piece that moves the thing. Again, supposedly rocket science, but it turns out it's not. It is precision engineering, but it can be done here. Anyway, convinced one to eventually come and put a plant in here. They put a plant in here, supply to that 300 megawatts project. Today, they export from here to the United States. It's an American company that came from here, brought the technology, manufacturing, now supplying in the region as well as exporting. Of course, now we've got more of them coming. So now the next biggest Spanish tracker company is setting up a plant in the kingdom. So, and why are they doing it? Well, I would like to think it's just because that's also the right thing to do. But I'm sorry, it's the money, it's the risk, the de-risking, and the cost competitiveness of. So I think it's extremely important, and what the kingdom is doing, incentivizing, offering a fantastic ecosystem, is all the right thing to do. But ultimately, it is the most profitable thing to do.
And I think when we see the development that's happening in this region, possibly when they came in the beginning, no matter if they were brought kicking and screaming in, they came and they stayed. But I think for them at this point now to really be looking, and it's a great example to other companies.
Yeah, well, look, the world has moved on, right?
Yes.
So quickly, all of a sudden, 300 megawatts in 2018. Now we are busy implementing a 70,000 megawatt program in the kingdom to be implemented within the next 8 years. So, yeah, absolutely.
And this is a project, Jerry, obviously, you're involved with as well. Talk to us about, I suppose, maximizing the value creation when companies come here.
Thank you, Edna. This is a great example because they fought to make this happen. And they fought to make this happen in the absence of anyone telling them, you must do this. Right? They did it
And no
purely
incentives.
to
And no
make
incentives.
their supply chains more resilient and to try to lower costs ultimately to their consumers. So, and the demonstration is strategic thinking, creativity, willpower, negotiating skills,
Long-term mindset.
but also leverage. So demand creates leverage. When you have demand in country, that creates the leverage that you can then use. We've had demand for a long time. We haven't always, across all of our companies, been as creative and as strong-willed as we could have been.
Yeah.
But the demand is there and the demand is growing. If you just take, for example, construction, which is going to be, a very large and important demand center over the next 15 plus years. Between what PIF is doing, what Riyadh, the Royal Commission for Riyadh Center City is doing, the business as usual demand in private and public sector, we're going to be entering into a golden age for construction, and that's going to create enormous opportunities. Today, 2/3 of that money flows outside the kingdom.
Right.
Every time we spend on building something, between imported products, imported services, imported labor, 2/3 flows out. We'll probably spend, make up a number, 1 trillion riyals over the next 15 years. So there's a very large pie for the local market to capture.
And of course, and bringing it back. That was probably a combination of Paddy's sort of charm and influence, and coming with the data and the facts. I think more than anything else, and his power of persuasion that we know he can do. So well done on that. A great example. Your Highness, talk to me about, listening to these stories, I suppose, building these partnerships that are essential, building in the wider economic growth, because it's not just about these companies being profitable. What do they build around that? What's the resilience in terms of society, in terms of bringing, all of this together, because it's more holistic than just attracting companies to make money here, isn't it?
No, absolutely. And before that, if we just take a step back, I would just like to add to the example of Skaka.
Please.
And maybe look at a wider picture. So I think this is something, I love this story because everything worked so well.
Wow.
From the government's perspective, from the private sector perspective, and for people willing to underwrite the risk.
Right.
So I think the government and the Ministry of Energy did a marvelous job when they thought about, we're ambitious, we want to achieve a target of 70 gigawatts by 2030. And so what they fundamentally did is 3 things. The first is they created a buyer for the energy. The second is they ran a process, a competitive process. And so these were projects that were tendered. And what you fundamentally made your bids on was the price that you were going to sell the electricity to the buyer. The third is inclusive in the tendering process was a local content requirement. And so, with all due appreciation, but for Skaka in particular, that local content requirement was virtually small, so Aqua could have satisfied it very easily. But the projects, the 70 gigawatts, were split into waves. And each wave of projects escalated in numbers and size. And similarly, it was by design that the local content requirements would escalate similarly and become more specific. So it gave visibility, it ran a competitive process, and for that single component, the trackers and the frames, it represents around 15% of the cost of the panel.
Yeah.
15% of the cost of the panel. For Skaka, all the people that ended up investing had to invest double the amount of the entirety of the size of the project. But if they believed in fundamentally the pipeline, that's billions of dollars in terms of the market. And so that fundamental process, aligning the incentives and making sure that they sit with the people that know who can do what, helps obviously in achieving them. So I think Sikaka is phenomenal from there. It shows what the government can do, what sort of incentive system, and the role that the private sector can fundamentally play. Now, what was the outcome? So at the time of awarding, and this is to show that this is not a zero-sum game. At the time of awarding, Skaka was the cheapest price of electricity globally.
The world.
And every other project that followed in that program achieved a similar record. And what's also interesting, so the story does not end there. And so now the private players learn. So one of the companies that invested in developing the tracker systems has already now invested, and we've lent it now to do something similar where? In wind. And so now they're building, they're participating in the wind supply chain, and they're building the metal towers. These are 300 meters of length, and they represent around 20% of the entirety of the cost of the wind turbine. So it's not zero sum. There's a role for us to play, and I think this signifies the example. Beyond that, Athena, we're doing much more. So I'm very much excited about the heavy industries that we're building in the Eastern Province, whether it's the maritime, the casting and forging, and the steel plates. I'm also excited about the development of the automotive supply chain. This is not only Lucid. We're hoping to have 2 more OEMs and further developments in the value chain there as well. I'm also very interested in the work that we're doing as well with Aqua in developing one of the largest, if not the largest, green hydrogen facilities in NEOM. All of these will contribute tremendously to unlocking new sectors, creating better jobs, and adding to economic complexity of all the things that we do in the economy.
And again, I really do look at that, I think, as you have to look at what's happening in Saudi Arabia with a more holistic lens, I think. There's a big focus, on 2030, and that's almost just your starting block right now. Then you have to look beyond that. So it's very exciting. Faisal, again, talk to me a little bit about the partnerships that are in place there and how, you can hopefully then contribute to building your own supply chain as well. This is part of the big transition to sustainability for the kingdom, of course, part of what you're doing. But there's also just listening to the stories of, but just by chance, well, not by chance, but building those supply chains. How important is that, and what can you do about it?
Well, I think the partnerships that I mentioned in the last answer, with the investors and the government, I think what they do is they give you the start that you need, because there is this negative perception about the region, right? And I think that perception needs to really go away. We are all examples of that we can thrive as a business in the kingdom. Supply chain is very important, as Patty mentioned, as His Highness mentioned, as Jerry mentioned. I think the whole game is now going to be played in the supply chain and vertical integration. And then at Lucid, we're all about vertical integration, having major components of our vehicle in-house, but then have the strategic partnerships with our suppliers very close to us. COVID taught us a couple of things. You cannot have your suppliers, thousands and thousands of miles away from you. So logistics, there is a lot of logistic works that is happening in the kingdom. There is a lot of supply chain attraction that is happening. I think recently, few of the suppliers in automotive have already started signing, which is really a good sign for a company like Lucid and other OEMs that are going to be coming into the kingdom in the future. That is what's going to make us competitive when we have our supply chain in the kingdom and that full value chain that we talk about. And automotive is a huge value chain. You talk from basic materials. As Patty was mentioning, a lot of the SABIC material goes to China, goes to Japan, goes to Germany, goes to US, and then becomes a mirror and comes back right here. So we want to change that. We want to have our vehicles, our suppliers, have those materials used.
And the opportunities are very clear. But Patty, for yourself, clearly this is, a success story, and there are many we can share. But for other would-be investors in the region, what are you looking for? And if there is more that the government could do, there's always more the government can do. They're going to tell me there's more that you can do afterwards. But what could they do to actually, help speed this? Because I think speed is of the essence as well right now.
Absolutely right. So the big issue that I think the world is going to see, already facing, is that particularly, for example, in the energy transition, but it applies to the whole sector of infrastructure development, there's a massive need, there's a massive backlog, and there's a massive demand that needs to be fulfilled. But partly coming out of COVID, partly fueled by the energy crisis, we have a huge supply-demand gap. We are already seeing it in the form of massive volatility in prices and so on. That needs to get ramped up, not just a bit, by many times. Solar panel making capacity needs to be ramped up by 8 times if you really want to achieve the climate goals that everybody signed up to. So in ramping up those, there is enormous space for all these people to deploy and set up capacity around the world where the consumption is going to be. So for entities like PIF, for SIDF, they're already doing it in order to accelerate that uptake. The process that we use of cajoling, and it is very slow process, persuading. it took us, I mean, this win story that Your Highness just now mentioned, it took us 2.5 years to, fine, we had a willing participant on the other side, by the way, and yet it took us. Whereas, if there is a little bit of support, as there is now, there's a good ecosystem developing in the kingdom, and more countries should be doing similar things. I think we can accelerate that. So that's one thing. But I think the piece that governments, and certainly in the kingdom, again, they are starting to do it, but you need to do it 10 times more, in my view, talent. The war for talent is going to multiply and is going to really get out of control. And we are going to be constrained in what we can do simply because we are not going to have the project managers, we're not going to have the developers, we're not going to have the engineer.
Hold on, because I do want to ask
tough.
you all about talent in just a minute, but
Okay.
I mean, it's essential. But just very quickly, if there was anything that the government could do to actually help private players, you know, that would actually help speed it on, and maybe in terms of also bringing in, you know, small, medium business, yes, but, you know, bringing in startups, and what can the government do to sort of help you and help other private companies?
I think some of that is already happening, but it needs to happen faster, and I think that's correct. I think it needs to happen much faster because we're competing as a country and as a region with, you know, multiple countries. It's the infrastructure. I think there is definitely need for infrastructure development. So supply chain is one, infrastructure is one, and then enabling policies. So, you know, support, let's keep that on the side, right? Because every time we come and we say we need support, but I think these are key ingredients that really would accelerate the changeover. You know, the Saudi Green Initiative is a great example of a policy that will help the ecosystem for having sustainable transportation, you know, becoming a main player in the country. Those type of policies, enablers, I think is what is really needed.
And Your Highness, from the government point of view, you know, you're probably constantly reviewing how you're working and how you're building efficiency into what you're doing. But also when you look at private investors coming here, I mean, are they coming in with the right financing? Do they have the right plans? What would make your life easier to actually help them? You know, is there anything lacking there in terms of what you need on the other side?
So I think my key message is invest, and you have a willing partner on the other end of it. As it relates to us in particular, I think what we've done in the past 4 years in terms of our lending is equivalent to what we've done in the previous 35.
Wow.
Wow.
Today, our pipeline is the largest it has ever been, and that's something that we continue to scale. Now, we will always have fundamental issues that need resolving, and we will always find issues that we can do better at. But I think the entirety of the ecosystem of government today in the kingdom is one that is flexible, one that is agile, and one that is responsive. Not in terms of funding alone, but the entirety of the regulatory framework is also being reworked to become conducive for business and to accelerate the development of the kingdom.
From a PIF point of view, again, what do you look for when you're looking for good partners whereby you can bring in and help?
Well, again, the vehicle that we have our impact through, no pun intended, are our operating companies, right? The companies we invest in. And so what we look for them to do is to create that economic sustainability that allows them to be a credible partner to their supply chain, allows them to invest in talent, and allows them to take a long-term view, right? And so we try to be patient capital. We try not to overfund, but also not underfund. We try to strike the right balance. And as not a policymaker at the government level, but as someone who could provide direction at the level of our portfolio, we roll out programs for them to invest so that our double bottom line as PIF, our reason for being as part of Vision 2030, gets prioritized and driven through them.
Now let's look at the talent, because technology, all the great technology in the world, can't save you if you don't have the right people. And again, it is an issue worldwide, as you mentioned, Patty, but in this region, bringing people to Saudi Arabia, making sure they have the right skills. Where's the big challenge there? What are you finding?
Look, I think the challenge for us is the region is starting to attract because everything is happening here, and this is becoming less and lesser of an issue. But for us, what is more concerning is we want it to be an enduring solution. We can't sort of build this country or any country on the back of expatriates being supplied on a regular basis forever, right? So, and where I was going with the talent story is, so supply chain reconfiguring, building more capacity can be done, and it is getting done within a kind of 5 to 10 year time frame. Talent, on the other hand, is a generational matter.
Yes.
Okay, now that really governments have to get behind. The kingdom is doing it by transforming its curriculum, pushing more and more people into science and technology and into arts. I'm not just saying science and technology just because I'm an engineer is the right thing. You need all the full faculty of skills, but transforming the curriculum system, getting more people into the education system, really taking care on how they get developed beyond just education. So all of that, government needs to drive that. Private sector absolutely can support, and it will, because otherwise we'll die. So we have to invest, and we do invest. And it's not about an additional cost. It's about our own de-risking and our own cost reduction measures. But it really needs massive, massive government support and focus.
And so many new businesses are coming here. Automotive is new here. So where are you going to get that talent? And what are you doing then, as a company? What are you doing to make sure that you can grow it?
So I'll go back to partnerships again, because PIF and Lucid actually started an internship partnership, and we actually send young Saudi talent. We've had 2 batches of engineers sent to our headquarters in Newark, California, and also in our AMP1 manufacturing plant in Arizona. And that's really to reinforce having the local workforce be ready when we have our 155,000 a year volume plant up and running in King Abdullah Economic City. We absolutely cannot depend on expats coming in all the time, leaving, coming, leaving, coming. Need retained local workforce. And there are other programs that we're working, so we plan on continuing this partnership with PIF. We have our own internship program. We currently have more than half of our workforce that is sitting in Saudi is a Saudi talent that has been trained by our trainers who are coming from US. So that is an absolute key. I think no business can say that they can thrive with support and then supply chain if we don't have that pillar taken care of.
Now, your chairman and His Excellency Al Ramayan said this morning, he was talking about the need for the economic multiplier effect, and to try and make sure that you're building not just more jobs, but good quality jobs as well. How high is that on your agenda? Well, clearly it is if he's talking about it today.
It is now. The sectors that we chose at kind of the PIF level, which were approved by our board, were selected for a reason, right? So these are all sectors where there's room to go in the kingdom. There's room for us to advance. And those sectors are important globally. We believe we can be relevant at a global level. And there's sectors in which, if you get it right, money bounces around, right? So if you have an import-oriented business model, the money bounces around once, and that once is, outside. If you have, as my colleagues were saying, increasingly deep supply chains locally, the money bounces around in the kingdom, and every bounce is a revenue for someone else. That's a business there that employs people. Patty and Faisal are not running charity businesses, so those suppliers have to deliver on time, at quality, on cost, which means they have to be competitive. And it is that unleashing of entrepreneurial capitalism across the entire ecosystem that creates the type of jobs that ultimately will be meaningful and satisfying to employees.
Long lasting.
And clearly in the kingdom, I mean, I think we've seen it in every sector, the need to build talent capacity. This is from, yes, industry, manufacturing, arts, creativity, you know, bringing academia in. Yeah. It's a very exciting time, I think, for people here. How important is it, and what are you doing, you know, with the development fund to I suppose, raise that level whereby you're making sure that you're building the talent necessary for the future?
So I think it's pivotal, and I think we've heard it today, excuse me, and multiple times. So I think it begins with investing in people, and it ends with creating a better reality, more opportunities and possibilities for them. And I think that notion underpins every aspect of the kingdom's vision. So at SIDF, we're primarily a financial institution that offers money. But over the past 3 years, we've actually extended our training program to more than 8,000 recipients across private and public institutions from over 400 institutions within the kingdom. And that's not an SIDF story. I think that's a Saudi Arabia story today. And that's something we take tremendous pride in. And I think it's also important to look at the things that we celebrate as a country to signify the importance. So one of the things that we all celebrated in Saudi Arabia in 2021 was the fact that our pre-college students, some of which, by the way, are speaking at FII this year, went on to the US at one of the largest international forums, the International Science and Engineering Fair. 80 countries represented, 1,800 participants, and Saudi Arabia finished second. I think that's important validation, that journey starts early and that we're getting the results that we see, but it's a continuous investment that we will always make.
And clearly it's about putting Saudi Arabia on the international map, being competitive in terms of your products and services here. And again, I think bringing that attention to a country like this. So keep up the good work on that. Yep. We have to start wrapping this up, you know, breaks my heart. There's so much more I know we can talk about, and it's just, I find every time I come here, it's just so exciting because the economy is so dynamic, what's happening is so dynamic, and people are so invested, you know, in terms of everything they're doing here. It truly is. There's so much happening here. But Patty, if you were to, I suppose, put out a call to action in terms of, you know, we're coming close to the end of the year. Again, we start off 2023, gets us closer to 2030. What is that call to action, I suppose, that you would say?
I think the call to action is very straightforward. Huh? So everybody must look at return on investment in a holistic manner. It's very simple. We all do it, to be fair. All corporates, big or small, think about it. They kind of do it in compartmentalized. You know, particularly now, we've created much more confusion by starting to talk about ESG as if it's just another chapter and something else that we need to. It all needs to come together. And for me, it's, again, if you correctly, accurately evaluate your holistic return on investment, you're going to find that by investing in supply chain, investing in the community, investing in the way you procure, and in focusing on reducing the cost of what you supply, you're going to create maximum value to yourself at the same time as creating maximum value to society around you. That's a nice do-good thing, but ultimately you can create maximum value by de-risking and real bottom line profit. You can see it year after year, and it's enduring. That's the next important point. It's not something that's just for the next 1 year or 2 cycles.
That's very exciting. And I think, again, if it's not that way, and for you, I think this must be so exciting because
it is.
How many years I've known you do this and bringing it all together. You know, it's almost like the gift of how you've always wanted to work, I think.
Yes, and it is, and we see the result. I welcome everybody to look at the Aquapar share prices.
And keep it that way too. Talk to me a little bit again, you know, if there was a call to action in terms of, for you're entering a new business here, which again is very, very exciting for the kingdom. And I think there'll be great excitement when that first car rolls off. But beyond that, what's next?
I think Patty hit it, right there. Basically, it's all about the holistic approach. As we started this conversation, we all said that you have to really look at the long-term picture. So you're only helping yourself in investing in human capital. You're only investing yourself by having supply chain and logistics close to you and well defined. You're basically de-risking your business at the end of the day. You will survive. You will, if there are storms that come, economic storms, you will be ready to take on them if you have these pillars, because they are the solid pillars of the business that make the building strong. If you don't have them and you're dependent on, just being here to meet the requirement is not good enough anymore.
And indeed, when we look around the world today, I think there's a few storms brewing around the world. We're probably protected a little bit here in terms of like that strong economic growth, the foreign and direct investment that's coming into Saudi like at its best in 10 years, and perhaps inflation not as bad as in other places. But still, anything that happens in one part of the world will have a knock-on effect here. Just in closing, talk to me a little bit about what's going to make your life easier for the next while, if that's possible, because there's so much on the agenda. But what are you looking forward to? And again, if there's a call to action, what would it be?
Well, I mean, first of all, it makes it interesting and something worth achieving. But I think the call for action is, yes, the holistic approach, but a number of realities have to be recognized, I think. One, it's not a cost of doing business. No. It's actually an investment, as we've heard. No. I think the second is to uplift people and to create economic impact, we fundamentally have to grow, right? And the question is how to make that growth more inclusive. And I think that rests on any approach you use fundamentally has to consider three main things. I think the first, what are the incentives for the various stakeholders? And I think the second, how is the risk allocated and shared? And the third, how does everybody share in the benefits?
And when you get these three right, and when I think everybody can see that clearly, it drives everybody towards success. So that's very exciting. I'm going to leave you a closing word here in terms of, what is that call to action? What do we need to do next? I mean, there's grand plans for PIF. You're looking at, local content. You're looking at new business. I mean, it is non-stop. So talk to me for what's next, and what are you hoping that you can leave us a few words of wisdom.
Thank you. I'd really like to thank my fellow panelists for the leadership they've shown, the impact they're having. When I first joined the PIF about 3 years ago, I had to put together a strategy for delivering national impact. And as I was presenting that to my boss, the governor, at some point he stops me and he says, Jerry, you keep saying billions, but the slide says trillions. And I realized in 25 years in the private sector, I had never said trillions before. It wasn't part of my vocabulary. But at the time frame we're talking about and at a nation level scale, those are the numbers. And they can be a bit hard to get your head around. So I asked my team recently to just put those in things I could explain. So, we'll buy and install enough steel to construct 4,000 Burj Khalifas over the next 10 to 12 years. We will install air conditioning capacity, which is demand for Patty, equal to the installed base in the state of California. I mean, these are very big numbers. And so my call to action, if you will, is to international and local companies to not waste this boom.
It is, because there's a great time, I think, at the moment. And there's so much happening. This is really the good time to be here. And I think to be talking with everybody and, really seeing how people can partner here and looking at the great opportunities that are there, because they're here in industry, as I said, they're here in the creative sector, they're here, in every sector. So it's a very, very exciting time. I'm doing a supply chain panel later, and we're talking about restaurants and all sorts of stuff, but you look around you here and you see just the capabilities. So I just want to thank you all so much for your great insight. Thank you for being here and for the great work you've been doing over the years, and the great success stories that you can share with us. I think these are so important, but you wouldn't be able to share them again without the help of everybody. So it is really that
Power
the
of the
true
partnership.
spirit of cooperation, of partnerships here, and of, again, I think driving a single agenda, which is where everybody has their eye on the same goal. And I think with that, as somebody talked about earlier today, that certainly makes sure that everybody will get there faster and with greater success. So once again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your Highness, Sultan, thank you so much. Faisal, Paddy, and Jerry, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
going on here?
Ok, wow, wow. Wow, hai parlato con... Ok.
We are calling with them, messaging them. They are not showing
Sì,
us.
sì? Ok, perfetto.
We called
Te
them
ricordi?
3 minutes before.
Can I sit here?
Viene... Poi gestiti 100 miliardi per BlackRock. Si inserisci? Qua.
Ok?
Can I?
You're allowed?
Put my what? Can I sit here?
Sorry?
Can I sit here?
Tu sempre robe...
And you want me to...
When do I start? See you there. Phone is not open. My phone is open. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
My name?
Good, that's good. Thank you for coming. My name is Nick Gowing. We are battling the music, artificial intelligence, music. It would be good. Is the music going to stay with us throughout? Can anyone tell me? Is the music staying on? All right. Okay, artificial intelligence. We're going to be talking for 30 minutes. It's propelling economic growth in ways that all of you know, but I want to check. How many of you feel really comfortable that you understand AI? Hands up, please. Really comfortable. Okay, that means half of you out of 30 do not really fully understand what AI is about, even though it is becoming an integral part of our lives and is about to come alive in a big, big way. There's a fascinating part of the title of this session, preparing for sentient AI. Now, even I, as an English speaker, thought I would just check what sentient is. And it is the need to be able to think, perceive, and feel, rather than simply using language in a highly natural way with compassion. Now, we won't need to work out where the limits are at the moment to AI and how fast everything is going. We've got 3 guests. We were to have more, but they're not here. So that means that all our guests have got more time to speak. But this is going to be under time pressure. In fact, it's going to be under AI time pressure. We've got to now say much more in less time. So that's a challenge for the AI minds that I have assembled with me. Mohammed, I want each of them to introduce themselves because they will make a better case for why they're here, what the work they're doing, and the relevance of their views to what you've all come to hear. Mohammed first.
Thank you, Nick. My name is Mohammed Al-Hussein. I'm the founder and CEO of Muzun. At Muzun, we create products in language intelligence and financial intelligence. Specifically, we help financial institutions combat financial crime. Over the last few years, I just want to take this opportunity to quickly highlight there's a huge transformation in how finance is happening. And COVID expedited the process of adopting technology.
All right,
in this
I want to
process.
just check what you do at the moment before we get into the implications of what you do. Rue.
So, hi, Nick, thanks, and everyone, hello, hi. So I'm founder of Amdena, and we are a platform for building AI for social good, engaging the community from all over the world.
And where are you based at the moment?
I personally am in Poland.
In Poland.
I am, but the company is a US company.
Now, it's important to know that you've been working on AI for at least 20 years. You've written books
15
as
years.
well. You were at Cambridge University. How much have you seen everything change in the last 3 or 4 years?
I think the application has changed a lot. A huge amount of everything we are using is kind of driven by AI in some way. So I think that really has affected our lives in every single way.
All right, Antonio Simeone, welcome.
Welcome.
Tell us about yourself.
So I'm a founder and CEO of Euclid, a fund completely driven by AI and quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, complex fuzzy logic, and so on. And I'm also founder and CEO of Stone Prime, a fund that invests in the biotech sector thanks to the AI. I'm also professor of the course Data-Driven Model for Investment at the Luis Guido Cali University. And this is one of the most important universities in Italy.
What we now need to do in the next 25 minutes is work out the parameters, the limits, but also the excitement of where things are going. Rue, from your perspective, one of the things you want to emphasize is compassion, the need for AI to have human instincts, human feelings. Why do you say that?
Well, we are now using AI in almost every aspect of our lives. And it is actually going to make more and more decisions for us. And that's the fact. So I think that if we are able to build algorithms that somehow has compassion in us, are more ethical, I think we will make sure that the decisions these machines are going to make for us are be more just, will not be racist, will not be sexist. I think that's why it's so important that we start working on algorithms that are more compassionate so that we can, take care of our future better, basically.
Is this because you're saying that too much of AI is based essentially on data which is skewed one way or the other? In other words, we haven't yet adjusted the models that we're using and the data we're using.
Absolutely. So that's the first part. The data that the machines are trained on are biased. Why? Because humans are biased. It's basically that's the point is. So we put our biases in the data, and the data is biased, and the machines trained are being biased. So we need to get out from that environment of relying purely on the data generated by humans and somehow build solutions that have level of compassion and ethics in them inbuilt.
Right, Mohammed, what's your view of this kind of issue of where the limits are or where the shortcomings certainly are at the moment with AI?
I think just kind of continuing the point that Rue is making, there are a lot of places right now where AI is applied and it's actually impacting people. For example, you can take the case of recruitments. Let's say we have the technology right now to build models that can help us identify great candidates for specific jobs, for example. And let's dig a bit further and say we want to identify great candidates for leadership jobs. If we don't pay attention to the point that Ru just made, which is bias, it's very easy to go and train a model on data where we go and look at the traits of great leaders in the past and very quickly start basically alienating women leaders. Because in those data sets, there weren't a lot of women leaders that were used in the training models.
Many people naturally say it's the algorithm, it's AI. But is AI really a good problem solver?
I mean, again, it's like any other technology. If you have the rigor, if you take into consideration the pitfalls that you can fall into, for example, in this specific case, biases in data, there are, on the other hand, wonderful examples of where AI is applied. I was mentioning at the beginning financial fraud. Right now, we're scrambling and people are pulling their hairs out in trying to combat financial fraud, and we're reaching a point where there's just too much data. And something like AI is actually probably very, very important to help combat.
Let me ask both of you before I go to Antonio, how much is AI reflecting human behavior, human aspects?
I think very much. And the simple example
You feel
is
comfortable by the level of comparison between AI and the human being? You feel comfortable with that at the moment?
well, I think that I feel comfortable in the way that we have to start building AI that are more compassionate, right? Currently it's not. It's just a pattern recognition tool in a way. And why it is affecting our lives in simple things, like I was giving the example of social media. A lot of our social media feed, what we see, what we consume, what we read, is driven by algorithms. And that makes our opinions. Now, the problem is that we see more and more happening, that the world is getting more and more divided, because we are being reinforced our own biases over and over again. And so we are not able to see others' opinions. And that creates a more divided world.
What do you think of that, Mohammed, particularly on the issue of ethics, on biases, on the fact that in many ways people will assume that AI is equaling them out or is somehow subverting them? What do you think?
I think it's the same point that we mentioned earlier, that definitely there are incredible ethical considerations that have to be considered. And the theme of the talk is sentient AI, which is...
Are you clear what that means?
I mean, we all can look up the definition of sentient and understand how complex it is to reach something like that. We're, on a path where AI is advancing. However, in technical terms, we're still working on what is called narrow AI, which is AI that solves one specific small problem. Now, this is very, very good. It's very, it's very hard also, and it's very impactful. But to reach a point where we can solve AGI, artificial general intelligence, there's going to still be a lot of R&D. Now, when and if we reach a point where we can have machines that can feel, that can think, that can do all these great things that are definitely borderline science fiction at the moment, and there's nothing wrong with that. Again, that's something yet to be seen, in my opinion.
Let's go to Antonio. Your work and the companies you've been involved in have been about investment. You need the best data possible. What is your assessment of the quality of data and how it's biased?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the metaverse, an avatar. If I'm an AI avatar and I don't know, I'm speaking with racist avatars, so I became racist. This is the problem, For the quality of data.
Is there clear evidence of that?
Yeah.
Something like racism?
Yeah.
Something like gender bias?
Yes. And for training, the quality of data, it's very, very important because for that.
And have you got ways of screening the fact that there is a bias?
Yes, yes.
Identifying it.
Yes, yes.
It's easy to identify, is it? How do you do it?
It's not simple. It's not simple. AI will help human to understand it, to recognize it, this data.
But when it comes to investment and the kind of way forward, how quickly is this changing in your view, particularly when it comes to the challenges now for society, understanding the kind of new inequalities which could be emerging?
Yeah, I'm thinking about my experience. No, in my case, in my sector, we are replacing people, human people. No, in case of the biotech sector, we are replacing 1,000 of scientific researchers or traders. So this is a negative impact of inequality. But on the other side, there is a positive impact because I invest in a biotech company, for example, and they are using AI to reduce the cost of the drugs, for example, for the poorest country. And another side, there are two experiments to AI based on to understand who that pay taxes or not. So based on the scoring system and the other factors. So yeah, there are a lot of AI that help us to reduce the inequality.
And from your experience, particularly as a professor, and what you're doing on data, is this changing very fast? I mean, we've got quantum mechanics, quantum computing coming in. Is that meaning that there's got to be significant speeding up of the work?
Yeah, this is not the future. This is the present. This is the present because a lot of hedge funds, a lot of funds, a lot of biotech companies works with the quantum computing to study, to analyze the molecules, to study and analyze the micropart into the historical data, into the time series. So you can, now we are talking about the future, but in finance, the future is now. So the quantum computing changing everything, I think.
Ruan Mohammed, let's build on some examples. You've got one or two examples of how there definitely is bias in the retail sector, for example.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, it's all to do with human biases and reflecting those biases in data. So what you were talking about, recruitment sector is one example. One of the big tech companies built the AI tool to hire people in the tech sector. And it's obviously known that the data was biased because there's a preference of hiring males over female in tech sector. The problem is that the machine built on the data and end up being sexist. How easy it is to detect this kind of biases, I would say that it's actually not that easy. I mean, it relies still on the humans to identify the biases.
So AI can't yet identify the biases?
No, it's the humans still have to identify the biases and then de-bias the data. Now that's the problem. That's why we need the machines to be more intelligent, more smarter, so that potentially they don't have to rely on a human to de-bias the data. Because the moment a human does not identify the biases, we end up building machines which are sexist and racist, and that's why even the big tech companies end up building solutions that are biased.
So Mohammed, I saw you nodding there.
Well, just kind of also building on humans. A lot of people, when they think of AI, we picture this magic box that does things on its own. When, if we look at practical examples, how and when AI is used, it's usually augmenting people as opposed to replacing them. So there's a thing that's called human in the loop. So how do you create a loop where, let's say there are 10 things somebody has to do to accomplish a task. 9 of them might be, things that we can train a model to do, and we leave that one very, very critical thing for a person to do. And as we become less, romantic in thinking of how AI is going to replace jobs, processes, we start to become more, I believe, practical and realistic in how we can leverage this technology for solving problems. All the way, again, leading to the topic of sentience.
Let me just remind you, we're here to talk about sentient AI, and that's why our guests have come to listen. Let me keep pushing at that line that you were trying to identify there, Ru, the difference or the line between AI and the ability of, and the need for humans still. I just remind you, the sentient is a need to be able to think, perceive and feel in a certain way. Do we have agreement here that actually there are limits for AI being able to replace humans? Antonio?
Yeah, to replace a human, we have to replace our brain. So we know that human brain works like a quantum computing. A paper said this. So now, in this moment, AI, could replace the human in many tasks, but just in the task, not in sentiment, not in romantic, not in sensitive areas. So, for example, a bacteria could be more sensitive than AI, or an animal. Can you give to the AI emotion, for example? Yeah, but we are replacing our emotion. So he learns about our emotion. For example, AI can create a picture or could be an artist. But I remember Leonardo da Vinci or other artists, they are the talent, and the talent is linked to the emotion. So now, for me, it's impossible, it's an utopia, but in the future, could be, but in this case, AI, if replace our emotion, we, we will do it.
Do we have agreement here? Ru, do you agree with what Antonio said?
So my point would be that human intelligence is way more sophisticated than simple emotions or analysis.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the highest level of human intelligence is intuition.
Yeah.
Which I think is very difficult even for humans to understand where does the intuition come from. We meet someone, we have an intuition. We don't know where it comes from. So I do not think we can expect a machine to build intuition, or at least that level of intelligence. Emotions, I think, is possible because emotions are still based on certain patterns. While talking about the feelings of AI, what I actually want to talk about is building AI that are more compassionate. I think that we shouldn't think about replacing humans in every aspect of intelligence in the AI, but at least build machines that are more compassionate. Why is that important? So that the machines can start identifying the biases in the data, can be at least somewhat more intelligent than relying on humans to just purely identify the biases and build those.
Well, let's go into that in a moment, but Mohammed, again, the limits of AI's ability compared to a human being.
I think
agree with Antonio?
Yeah, I think I'm on the more conservative side in terms of where are we right now. I think I'll take you through a simple experiment. Parts of achieving advanced stages of intelligence for machines is language. You would expect an intelligent machine to understand simple commands. I was talking with my colleague, Mohammed Ibrahim, the other day. He's very passionate about language, of course. And he gave me a great example. Would you trust a machine right now where you have your child in some dishes next to a dishwasher? And let's say you have this robot that is intelligent. Would you say, put it in the dishwasher to understand the context and not pick up the child and pick up the dishes? We're not there yet. And this is very, very simple, which is context. We still are not at a stage where our language models, our understanding of language is advanced to where machines would understand these things.
Still not at the stage. Look, I'm the informed layman here. I'm asking the questions for the people here who don't really understand AI and have come to learn more. But when we talk about so readily machine learning, when we see the automation which is going on in many factories and in offices as well, in other words, machines are replacing humans on things which have to be repeated. Are you perhaps being a bit limited, a human limited, in your assessment of where the machine could get to, the AI could get to very quickly?
I think, again, specific problems that can be solved by AI, I think we're doing great. General intelligence, things that can tackle many different problems that are not related, I think we're still not there yet.
Rue.
Yeah, that I agree, that it's a research field, but if we are looking at the future, I do not think we are that far behind. I think in 5 to 10 years, we can talk about machines that can feel, that can make better decisions than humans, but it's still, we are building that up, yes.
But let me say, it's easy to say 5 to 10 years because it's sufficiently in the distance to not actually be needed to be tied down. Could it be that it all happens much quicker?
It can. I mean, it's hard for me to predict the future. It's possible.
What do you think, Antonio?
Yeah, I'm worried.
Worried why?
Worried about the sentient AI, because
You're for it or against it, or worried that we're saying the wrong thing, asking the wrong question, the right question? Tell me.
no, because if they are replacing our emotion, our intelligence, I don't know what's happening. We don't know. So the question is AI will be always useful for us or not? This is my question.
Okay, in the last 5 minutes, what are the implications for society here?
Yeah.
Easy for me to say society, we're all part of society. But what are the implications, do you think, in terms of where power is, where influence is, where so much of what we take for granted, we've seen the way in which COVID has already affected it, we've seen the way the climate emergency is pulling stuff apart, we're seeing what's happened economically. But what about when it comes to AI and algorithms and the impact that is likely on society, particularly those who are far less fortunate and struggling? We know there are many more people who are struggling. It was said this morning, another 500 million, I think, who are struggling on food at the moment, Rue.
So I think that we have a very good opportunity to use AI to help the people that have been left out in the society. I think the AI could be used to create a more just society.
What do you mean by just, though?
Well, that creates equal opportunities for all, that doesn't have the biases that humans have. We have built a world where there's a lot of decisions being taken by people who are biased, preferring one over another. I think we have the opportunity to build this world where the machines are not biased. And that's the world that I hope we will end up building.
But can you see the dangers for society at the moment?
Absolutely.
Just give me a picture of where you think this could be in 2 or 3, 4, 5 years' time.
Well, there are two sides of AI. One, we can end up building more and more biased AI, which is dividing the society more and more. That's one side of the AI world. The other side is where we build AI that is more ethical, that's more just, that's actually creating equal opportunities and not have the biases. Where we will go, I do not know. At least I'm in the side trying to build a good AI. I hope we all can work towards building that side.
Mohammed.
I think, again, we're, if we take a step back, we're replacing a lot of mundane decisions that affects people's life with AI agents. If I go to a bank and get a loan, if I can get FaceTime with a loan officer, talk, argue my case, that's one thing. If I don't have a chance, right? If a model is built that defines this is a good person to loan to, and this is a bad person to loan to, we have to examine how that model is built, right?
What do you think? Sorry, Mohammed.
No, go ahead.
What do you think, Antonio, about the impact on society?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a single noun on society, but you know what I mean, because there are so many multiple elements to what society is.
Yeah, if you don't know, I don't remember bad, UN are using machine learning and NLP to understand the hate speech on radio, on television, on the social platform to reduce the conflict. Or, for example, using NLP in the social debate in the poorest country. Or another example, convolutional networks with the drones and satellite to understand the movements of the population near the sea, near the water in the Africa. So I can understand, if I am an AI, what is the weather and the conflicts are in this area.
All
So
right,
I can predict.
we're almost out of time. There's just one other issue, ethics. We've sort of been skirting around that, but where do you think we are on ethics when it comes to AI, Mohammed?
Again, AI is a fast advancing field, and I think the ethical discussion is catching up. So just here in Saudi, a few weeks ago, Sadaya, which is the organization responsible for AI in the country, organized a great workshop on ethical consideration, bringing in people from academia and industry to discuss it. So I think it's a relevant topic, and people are talking about it.
How urgent do you think it is to have commonly held AI ethical principles?
And sorry.
Common AI ethical principles.
Okay, I think I am a scientist. I would like to talk with the policymakers. So there will be a bridge, scientists, policymaker, and companies, to write a framework that consent to companies and scientists to have the limit and the reducing the problems.
So they've got to do that quickly.
Yeah.
Final word, Ru, your view on ethical principles, on common ethical principles, if it's possible.
It is possible and it's very important. We need to start doing that very soon, because otherwise we are going to go into the wrong bad AI side. So we are not there yet, but I see that more and more people are talking about it. That's the stage we are in now. Politicians are talking about it, companies are talking about it, conferences are talking about it, and I hope in the next, very soon, we'll start building those frameworks.
All right, well, look, thank you all very much indeed. For those of you who came not knowing much about AI, who feels better informed about where the frontiers are now? Hands up, any? Have we one, at least one? That's a relief. Two? Anyone else?
We'll
Three,
take
four,
three.
five.
That's fine.
The president of Boeing thinks as well. Thank you, Michael. Well, look, thank you very much indeed. We've covered an awful lot. Antonio, Ru, and Mohammed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Hi. There are no great limits to growth because there are no limits of human intelligence, imagination, and wonder. The growth that we as humans have achieved is truly incredible, and the growth we still can achieve is limitless. The biggest leaps of this growth happen through using this human intelligence via innovation. Innovations that have changed our lives tremendously and catalyzed the pace of that growth. Being a small business or a new business in this new norm is really challenging. You have to be in a continuous state of expansion, not just to thrive, but even to survive. This continuous expansion can only be achieved by looking beyond your borders and exploring going global. Throughout modern history, we've witnessed many small businesses do that and go global. However, this journey used to take them decades. If we look at Procter & Gamble when they first were established in 1837, it took them 100 years to only expand to the UK and another 50 years to reach global presence in more than 50 countries. Moving on to the 20th century, when Toyota took 30 years from its foundation in 1933 to opening its first global office in the US. Fast forward to 2013, with all the technology and innovation, Uber has successfully achieved global presence in more than 40 countries within just 4 years of its foundation. Procter & Gamble, Toyota, and countless others were not fortunate enough to have had technology when they first started. Even though they had different set of challenges to navigate, it's still true to highlight how a big overall technology has played in accelerating the company's abilities to go global. In our panel today, we will be discussing how can companies go global. With me are representatives from different VC sectors, starting with my right, and with more than $2.7 billion in AUM, 500 Global is a multi-stage venture capital firm that has backed 49 unicorns around the world, including Canva, Grab, Bukalapak, and GitLab. Welcome, Courtney Powell.
Thank you.
I'll go with Badr. Next, we have Sanabel Investments, financial investment company wholly owned by PIF, and with annual commitment of more than $2 billion into private investments globally. My colleague, Badr Al-Mani, heading direct investments. The reason I wanted to keep the founders to the end, because we have a very amazing contrast between the two founders. We have with us Umesh Sajdev, who's the co-founder and CEO of Unifor, a SaaS company focused on conversational AI and automation across the enterprise. Umesh has started in Chennai, India, and expanded to more than 700 employees in the US, Europe, and Asia. Presenting the perfect expansion contrast, we look at Mohammed. Mohammed Al-Madani is the CEO and co-founder of Classera. Classera has done the exactly opposite trip in expansion. They started in Silicon Valley while targeting the emerging markets. Classera is an edtech company that has grown into the largest edtech company in MENA and other emerging markets, educating millions in more than 30 countries. Welcome all, and thank you for being here. Today we'll cover 3 themes around going global: the why, the how, and the what. So why do companies go global? Let me start with you, Umesh. Earlier this year, you announced your $400 million Series E round, which brought up your valuation to $2.5 billion. You cited using this round to expand globally, specifically in North America, Europe, and Asia. Umesh, why go global?
Well, first of all, Sarah, it's great to be on this panel with all of you, and great to be in this conference. What a great setting this is in Riyadh. This is my first trip to Riyadh. I'm really enjoying it.
Welcome to Sarah.
Thank you. Like you said, by the time we raised our Series E and we announced it in March of this year, Unifor was already 14 years old as a company. Like you said, we founded ourselves in India, but today the company is headquartered in Palo Alto in Silicon Valley in California. We do business in 17 countries. We have employees in most of those countries. We have customers in most of those countries. And so much before this round of financing, we had made the strategic call of becoming a global business. Now, why go global, you ask? Many factors led to it, but in our case, the fact that we started as a conversational AI company focusing on large enterprise accounts from India. Our home market at the time, India, doesn't provide a very deep market opportunity for enterprise SaaS businesses in many sectors, including ours. And so it's quite natural for companies that are founded out of India to look for bigger markets in North America, in Europe, etc. So our journey began with starting to expand in the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and when I moved to the US and moved the headquarters of the company, North America today does about 65% of our revenue. We are just about beginning our expansion in Europe. We are yet to expand in many other parts of the world, including South Africa, Latin America. But for us, it was the search of getting deeper market access in many different parts of the world that took us global in the early years.
Thank you very much, Omesh. Mohammed, I think we're hearing rumors that you're about to close your Series A round. Is congratulations in order?
Yeah, you are about to hear some interesting news, hopefully, within this conference.
Inshallah. You've declared using this round to expand into other emerging markets like Africa and APAC. Your expansion story, as we discussed, is unusual, where you started in the US while targeting emerging markets. What made you what triggered that decision, and how competitive are emerging markets for you?
So again, I would love to thank you all for this session. It's an honor to be with you here. And as you said, it's maybe an interesting twist, from the story. We started in the US, in a developed market, with the vision to go and focus on emerging markets. And why we took that route, we just wanted to learn from the best. So we started actually somewhere in the US, then we moved to Silicon Valley just to learn and get up to date to what is the latest technology, how we should tackle this problem. Because what we wanted to impact is the engagement in learning. We thought engagement with the existing e-learning solutions is not how it's supposed to be. So we wanted to solve that using inspiration, personalization, and collaboration. And we start doing that by having gamification to do the inspiration, AI to do the personalization, social learning to get the collaboration aspect, all to boost the engagement. And that led to, as of last year, Classera scored one of the highest engagement, had one of the highest engagement metric in e-learning industry globally. So going back to your question from the US and Silicon Valley did raise the bar. And so when we went to focus on emerging market, we already had an advantage. We thought about our technology differently, about there was experience, about many other things, and that gave us an advantage over many of the other competition who were thinking local. So that's was a first by itself, and the positioning actually did help us a lot. Maybe we did not intend so, but coming from Silicon Valley to emerging market actually did help us a lot, and we did something interesting, how to be the biggest tech company in MENA and Africa as a bootstrap. And this funding round you were talking about that we're about to announce is our first round ever. So that's the passion, and also the impact is the last part of the answer, because we think in education, emerging markets needs it even more. So we thought we want to do a much bigger impact in this part of the world.
Thank you, Mohammed. Shifting our attention now to the two VCs with us in the panel. Courtney, you get thousands of proposals at your door annually, if not even quarterly. What made you take a decision to say this company has the ability to grow and maybe even be the next unicorn?
Yes. I mean, it's fascinating having seen since 500 began in a 2010, 2011 timeline, the idea of investing even outside of Menlo Park into San Francisco was quite controversial. Today, our thesis is stronger than ever in the sense that we know that there are companies started all over the world who have the opportunity to scale globally. And there's a lot of financial upside in being able to identify those companies, those opportunities as early as possible, and then be a part of that global journey. So we're quite excited to hear more about Classera's story as things unfold here. But there's tremendous opportunity to find companies and to find founders who believe that they can go global from the outset. And part of our experience, having seen these thousands of deals and invested in thousands of companies, is you're able to identify, some of the models that with some, of course, nuance and further innovation may work in multiple markets.
That's why you're always jet setting around the world. It's very difficult.
This is why I live in an airplane. That's right.
Badr, as a Saudi investor, what attracts you to local companies? Do you think they are targeting the right questions when they think about global? Do they even are targeting the correct market to expand to?
So I'm going to maybe expand this a little bit and talk about regional, so not just Saudi. I think regional companies here, especially the ones that start in the three major economies, have it be Saudi, UAE, or Egypt, actually have an advantage in being able to establish themselves in a large economy with a large customer base before thinking even of going global. I actually think there are certain business models where you can create multi-billion-dollar businesses by just being local, not even going global. You see this a lot happening now in consumer-facing businesses and fintech. I'll give two examples. Fawri in Egypt and Jahaz in Saudi Arabia. Both of them are now multi-billion-dollar public companies, and they have zero presence outside their local market. But I think going back to what do we look for when we talk to Saudi companies or regional companies that think global, it really depends on three things. And I think this is more of how founders should think about that global expansion. First is, or maybe the three things are, what's the market size? What's your business model? And do you have the right people to execute? So on market size, a lot of the work that we do is when someone says we want to go global is, well, which of the markets around you that are achievable, that you can penetrate, and then how big are these markets? Can they sustain a $100 million business, a billion, a $10 billion business? Can they sustain a competitive landscape of multiple businesses doing what that founder of that company is doing? I think one aspect when you're looking at multiple companies or multiple regions is also we need to understand what do you need to penetrate or dominate to reach that scale. So let's say $1 billion. Let's take the region as an example. Do you need to dominate Saudi? Or do you need to dominate Saudi plus GCC? Or do you need to do Saudi, GCC, and Egypt and dominate these markets to reach that scale? Each has opportunities and each has very different risks. These markets are, even though they look from the outside homogeneous, they're not. There are very local differences between them, market structures on that founders need to look deeply at. And that's something that we take into consideration when we underwrite these expansion plans. I think on business model, really, I think the first question is the problem you're trying to solve global or at least regional? Does it fix an issue that is happening in multiple markets, or is it very local? So take an example, someone with an idea of automating tax filing with a Saudi tax service for Saudi companies. That's a very specific problem to fix, right? And it's not really scalable beyond the Saudi use case. So that's one thing, what's the problem and is it global? The other is, what's your business model? There are certain business models that are much easier to scale globally than others. Software is, given the market structure, it's very easy to scale compared to others. Local marketplaces are very hard to scale beyond your local marketplace. So that's kind of the contracts you have to look at. I think the last one is probably people, and I think it's the most important thing. So I spend a lot of time with founders making sure that they understand the markets that they're trying to expand into. You cannot use the same playbook in Saudi to expand even to the UAE or to Egypt. So if we're talking about India or talking about Europe or anything beyond that, it's a totally different market, totally different players, regulations. So we need to understand that you understand these issues and understand how the management team is trying to expand. So kind of dig deeper into that playbook, those expansion plans, and really also assess the management team and do they have the capabilities and the deep talent pool to expand beyond their local market. We typically help our portfolio companies even in identifying these candidates if they're kind of trying to go beyond that. So I think these three main buckets are what for us kind of tells us is this company ready or not to go global or needs to work more on the local market.
Thank you, Badr. Very nice insight from everyone. So let's move now to the how. Courtney, what do you look for in terms of your ideal go-to-market strategy? Is it companies that have, again, a very specific playbook on expansion? Or companies that are targeting different geographies at once? Or simply achieving success in their local market?
And I think it depends a lot on a couple of things. One, the stage that we're investing in, because if you're investing in a seed stage deal, they may not yet have the fully formed playbook that's going to, be available to assess. It's also going to depend a lot on the market that they're playing in, the industries they're playing in as well. So I think what is really critical is to have a founder at the earliest stage who is aware of what they do not know. I think you have wonderful examples across tech of people who have created entirely new markets, which is wonderful to see, huge upside from an investor perspective, but they knew that they needed some sort of augmentation early on when they wished to expand to a new market, to exactly your point, to be able to understand the difference between delivering a package in the United States versus delivering a package here in Riyadh or in Egypt, which is a completely different ballgame, as we all know. So I think there's a level of self-awareness, team awareness that's really critical, in addition to, obviously, if you can back experienced teams who have gone through multiple rodeos, if you will, then that's always a plus. But you also need to be open to those market makers who are going to bring the truly game-changing companies around the world. So not a clear answer, but I think that's the nature of investing multiple stages, multiple geographies, and multiple segments.
Thank you, Courtney. So we've heard from you, like specifically on early stage. Back to you, Badr. So you talked about those three buckets: business model, problem, market size, and talent. If we think about companies going global, there are multiple routes. They can use merger and acquisition, partnerships, or merely just use organic expansion. From your thoughts, what are the benefits and challenges for each of these routes?
So I think short answer, which one do you use? Short answer is it depends. Depends on the situation. Maybe I'll go further into when do we kind of cheer for an M&A or for a partnership rather than organic growth. So on M&A, and Umesh, I know we've worked together on a few of those M&As on Unifor. So Umesh, for example, has used M&A in a great way to expand the product suite of the company. And that just completely changed the addressable market that the company can go after. So that was kind of an M&A that adds a lot of value to the business, beyond just what you're acquiring, but actually even to the story of the business and whatnot. M&A could be and taking out your second competitor. That's something that one of our portfolio company, Foodix, did when they acquired POS Rocket, which was the second largest cloud POS solution in the Middle East, and consolidated the market and expanded into new geographies. That's really the other one. The last one is probably acquiring a team. You're thinking of going to a new geography. You don't really know a lot about it. One way for you to go and acquire a very small business and just acquire that team and talent can actually make your company break through into that market. That's another way. But I think overall, for M&As to work, I think the most important equation here is that 1 + 1 has to always equal more than 2. Cannot equal 2, cannot equal less. So that's on M&A. I think the biggest challenge in M&A is not really doing the deal, is not really getting a valuation or pricing it or anything. It's actually what happens after that. We've been through that experience with Unifor. It was very successful, alhamdulillah. But I think founders need to spend a lot of time on planning how they're going to integrate that business that they're acquiring. That integration aspect is not a small feat. It's very complicated. There are culture clashes. We're talking about type A personalities. Trying to figure out who's going to report to who and who's going to do what. It's not easy. It's a very delicate process. A lot of effort has to be put into it. have it be communication, people skill, managing the whole thing to make it as smooth as possible. So really, that's the biggest challenge, I think, in M&A. On partnerships, I think partnerships is one of the greatest way for you to expand globally, because you don't need to commit as much capital or even resources to go global. So you can test out the waters in that market, make sure, is it working for me, is it not, before you kind of commit. So a lot of businesses, for example, come to Saudi with partnerships, right? And once they've secured a few customers, that's going to expand into a satellite office and then into a regional office and whatnot. So it's a natural progression of expanding globally. But I think one aspect on partnership is you don't really control the interaction with the customer, nor the experience. And if you don't select the right partner, things can go wrong. Founders and management need to focus a lot on what's the selection criteria, and really spend the time and effort in selecting those partners, especially in markets that are core to their expansion plans. Going back to organic growth, organic growth is really, you're going to control the process, you're going to control the experience. You need to make sure that you have the right people and all of that. It's a bit more complex, takes longer time. Sometimes if you want to jumpstart that growth, probably go with one of the other routes. But you need to do it the right way.
So merger and acquisition partnership is synergy, but more capital and shorter time. When you go to organic growth, then you need more time and more capital.
Yes.
Thank you, Badr. So moving on to the founder side of the room, and we want to hear your experience. So first, I'm going to ask Clasera and then Unifor, give us your top 3 strategies that you did with your startup and that helped you to achieve that growth.
Okay, very interesting discussion, and sharing this experience is, it has many, of course, stories behind the back. But as Badr summarized, it is, these 3 tactics are the most used, between the acquisition, partnership, and organic growth. And of course, we wouldn't say there is just one way to do it. It's normally a combination of 2 and sometimes 3. So we have done mainly the other 2. We focused a lot into partnership. So it's once you secure a good partnership, you can, scale much faster than, of course, doing organic. We wouldn't recommend, someone going organic the first time, because it always gives you the expertise into what is there in the market. So we combine, even partnership, it is, sophisticated, where we try to work with both global partners and local partners. It's a combination of both. So for example, in our case, we partner very strongly with Microsoft and HP, and we align their interest with our interests, and that's what you want to do when you go with those, whatever partner or global or local partner. You have to first focus into aligning their interests. What's in it for them? What you have. So we created a partnership program. We, one from the multinational, came to design the program for us from Intel, and it was super great. We start deepening that partnership to the level that HP created a co-branded solution called HP Class Easy by Clasera. So it's in it for them now to co-branding, with this co-branding to go over these countries. And once we have a critical mass, then we start going and hiring our own people on the ground. So we start with this global partnership, then we bring the local partners. They work together, some of them, as resellers. Then we bring our own team to coordinate the effort and create leads. And there's 3 main strategies in the playbook that you have to do whenever you're going to these new markets. So you first have to do a product market fit. And that's very important, because as said, each market is different. Even, some neighboring countries, when we started, before going to other countries outside MENA, even go to a country like Egypt and going to a country like Morocco, is completely different. So you have to do a product market fit. You have to do a business model market fit. So which include the pricing, the way you sell it is completely different. Sometimes something is appealing in one country, it doesn't work in another country. The third is a marketing market fit. So you have to tailor the marketing material. We even between the Arabic countries we work. So we were using Arabic, but the way how you use it in Tunisia is different from using it in UAE. So we had to localize even when you go to a similar culture. Not to mention, of course, when we went to India or to Malaysia and some of those other 30 countries. So all these tactic of product market fit, business model market fit, and the market fit is a very important ingredient to the success and to enable your partners, whether the global or the local, to succeed in their mission into advancing your product. Then, of course, the acquisition, we haven't done any of those. Maybe we'll work on it. But again, a faster way, once the time is right, is to focus to do some jump into certain markets. It can shorten the time. So combination is, I think, is a tactic.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Umesh, your 3 top strategies.
So, first let's recognize the complexity that comes with going global earlier. You gave the examples of how Uber is now, had gone global much faster than Toyota or Procter & Gamble. But it's really important for an early founder to recognize if that's a strategy they want to employ, the complexity that it'll bring. First of all, you will need to spread out your team globally because you need to have local understanding in different parts of the world. And how do you build culture when your leadership team is spread around the world and you're not getting in a room to strategize, because startups are all about quickly whiteboarding a problem and moving on. So building and maintaining culture is a huge challenge when early stage companies go global. In our case, we've done 4 acquisitions and we went to 17 countries on our path to 100 million of ARR. And now we've crossed that and we're moving on. What that did for us is we now have a full-time tax team that worries about our intellectual property in different parts of the world because each jurisdiction treats that differently. We have a full-time team that thinks about local HR issues. In some countries, it's our own employees. We can have them on our payroll because we have local entities. In some cases, it's POEs because that's an easier way to do business. And then what you do with stock options in those cases. And so what it does is it causes distraction, right? You're taking your part of your energy and worrying about all these issues when in the early stage you could be focused on one market. On the flip side, if you embrace the complexity and you plan for it, what it does is, even at 100 million ARR, we are growing faster than any of our peers in our industry. Our official growth target is 90% year on year at this scale, and we are ahead of plan at this point, right? The other thing it did is, as COVID occurred, or as recently we've seen the US market go through some trouble, not all behave the same way, right? So when US is slowing down, Asia sometimes isn't, or Europe is at a different pace than different parts of the world, so you can even out your quarters because you've spread out your bets globally. So it's really important to understand the trade-offs. Like Badr said, you can build a multi-billion-dollar business just focused on one big market, or you can do it with multiple markets. It's just a choice. To do that, what we've had to do is, like I said, my co-founder lives in Singapore, runs our Asia business. I live in Silicon Valley, and it's 2 of us. Our leadership team is spread out, our executive leadership team. And once again, we've had to brace this complexity. We've had to overcome the fact that we are not physically together. We speak to each other multiple times a day, on phone calls, etc. So we over-communicate. We have a full-time integration team, not just corporate development. Corporate development scouts for M&A opportunities. Like I said, we've done 4 so far. But we have an equally potent integrations team that reports once again to an executive leader in the company. Because once that acquisition is done, it's like the sales process. The salespeople bring in the asset. Now somebody has to do the hard work of making it work. And so having a full-time integration team has worked for us. Really understanding different cultures. A place like Japan, there are some markets where partnerships are not sufficient. You have to go all in. For example, a company that wasn't born in the US and wants to make US a key market, it's really important for probably the CEO to live in the US because it's such a big part of your strategy, product market fit. Only the CEO can make quick calls. Japan is one such market where you need both.
Saudi, like at its best in 10 years, and perhaps inflation not as bad as in other places. But still, anything that happens in one part of the world will have a knock-on effect here. Just in closing, talk to me a little bit about what's going to make your life easier for...
And then I would say my final point is that it's really important to have a mix of both local and global investors on your cap table. You need people who have seen the unicorns, the listings, and what that took. You need to be able to be a bridge to downstream capital, to purely commercial capital. You really need to be able to offer the the advice, the connections, the mentorship, the therapy, to the founders who are going through that life cycle. So I think all of these ingredients are really required, in addition to, of course, a really healthy policy and regulatory framework as well. And as those things come online here in the Middle East, more and more, I believe that we will begin to see more and more global companies created, and excited that Clasera is a great, a great harbinger of what's to come.
And that's exciting time for entrepreneurs. We've never seen such foreign capital from VCs come to the country. So please, founders, go. Last but not least, Mohammed. You started your company in Silicon Valley, focusing on emerging markets. You're about to close your first ever funding round. You still want to expand into emerging markets. 2 questions for you. Going into emerging markets, it must be super challenging. So what can you tell us about your experience, and what's stopping you from taking Clasera to developed markets as well?
Okay, thank you. Great question. And before I even elaborate on that, maybe continue in this amazing talk about the region and what we saw. But I think we're seeing more and more entrepreneurs getting to change and their mentality. One of the biggest differences when I came from the US and Silicon Valley to the region is the benchmark. So that's one of the issues before. But that the benchmark was, I want to be #1 in my country, or maybe in the Gulf states, if it is here. MENA is just a big thing. If you're sitting in California, you don't hear a founder saying, I want to be just the biggest company in California, even though California is as big as maybe several countries here in the MENA region. So, but it's always about the globe. So setting up, the expectation we want to be global is a big, reason, and we're seeing that, hopefully changing in the region. And going to our story, so yes, we did start in the US, and we started selling in the US, and we were doing good. But I mean, for us, it was, 2 things. So there's the passion part. So because learning, and we're impacting people, life and potential by, revolutionizing education and learning. So we thought doing that in emerging market is we're a lot more passionate to do so. So that's one part. For the business part, of course, it does come with challenges, but the flip side that you're also going to a blue ocean, where you're going to so the challenging part is educating people. When we started, focusing the region about 2015, to convince them about, technology and education in general is a subject by itself. So many were thinking about the subject as a luxury, not as a necessity. Right. But we were, hoping that, this mindset would change over time. And, luckily, even though it was a hardship, COVID came, and it was, a game changer. Many, decision makers, whether with governments, because we work with many ministries of education, whether in private, are thinking about technology education now as it's a necessity, not a luxury anymore. So still, so that, one of the biggest challenges, and it's getting smoother, but and it is getting, easier with time. Still, to understand, some of the challenges going into emerging markets is the infrastructure. That's, of course, especially a technology company, it's a big thing. But normally we try to overcome that by, getting the governments involved, getting, some of the telecom companies involved. So actually, for example, in Clasera, we have a unit in our partnership team called Telecom Partnership. I mean, to literally go, and whenever we go to a new country, try to partner with the telecom companies, get them to be aligned with us, get them a skin in the game, and so that they can ease the process of, the infrastructure, the internet connection, and of course, many other techniques that we use, like the offline mode and many other things. We can go on and on, but emerging market is changing. We think it's a big future. It's both going global, right? So going global, you have the developed market or the emerging markets. We think we still, of course, work in some developed market, but the focus is there because much bigger markets. We think in the future, much bigger population, and hopefully we want to be after this historic investment, which we're gonna hopefully here in the last day of the FII, the leader of emerging markets when it comes to edtech and technology, e-learning. So looking forward to it.
Thank you, Mohammed. This brings us to the end of our panel. I'd like to ask you for final or closing remark if you have some. Courtney?
Yeah, I think it's an incredible time to be an entrepreneur. It's an incredible time to be able to start a company at a relatively low cost compared to the last several decades, and the ability to go global is bigger than ever. So I just want to see more people starting companies.
Thank you. Mohammed?
If we were able to get to 30 countries bootstrapped, anyone can do it. Just put your mind to it and have the right strategy. And hopefully you're going to get there. Just have your ambition and your dreams big and try to be practical.
Thank you.
And hopefully we're going to get there.
Badr?
I think my comments maybe to founders or founders-to-be, especially local founders. The ambition of this country is limitless. And they need to keep up. They need to keep up and get their ambitions up there to be as global as possible. And I think ecosystem is now developed enough to kind of sustain these kind of businesses. And I am sure that we'll see these examples coming up in the next few years.
Inshallah. Thank you, Badr. Umesh, final word.
Well, I'll build on what Courtney just said, that there hasn't been a better time in human history to build businesses, build companies, entrepreneurship. This is really the moment. But on top of that, I'd also say that for technology, for innovation, for entrepreneurship, there are no borders. The world is truly flat. I mean, me being here today on the invitation of Sanibel and Badr, meeting so many great people. This is networking on steroids for me, meeting people from so many different countries, etc. And so I cannot think of a better time in the last 14 years of me building Unifor. I am even more excited today with where the world is, the opportunities, the challenges, and it's the best time for being innovating for not just one country, one region, but for the whole globe at the same time.
Thank you, Umesh. Thank you for my co-hosts. Thank you for the audience for your engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Success is sparked by an idea. Success is sparked by an idea and fueled by passion. It is driven by a belief that the best is yet to come. When we launched the Biotech Startups Program, 130 applicants applied from 15 different countries. We selected 70 of them who believed in their abilities as much as we did. With us, they started a decisive journey. During the program's 3 phases, they met with experts, mentors, and investors who helped them advance in their journey and shared with them their expertise until they reached the final phase. Now, 5 of the 70 participants are living the ambition we shared together to make our proud nation a global destination for investment in biotechnology. Dammam Valley, home of innovation in health and biotechnology. Success is sparked by an idea and fueled by passion. It is driven by a belief that the best is yet to come. When we launched the Biotech Startups Program, 130 applicants applied from 15 different countries. We selected 70 of them who believed in their abilities as much as we did. With us, they started a decisive journey. During the program's 3 phases, they met with experts, mentors, and investors who helped them advance in their journey and shared with them their expertise until they reached the final phase. Now, 5 of the 70 participants are living the ambition we shared together to make our proud nation a global destination for investment in biotechnology. Dammam Valley, home of innovation in health and biotechnology. Success is sparked by an idea and fueled by passion. It is driven by a belief that the best is yet to come. When we launched the Biotech Startups Program, 130 applicants applied from 15 different countries. We selected 70 of them who believed in their abilities as much as we did. With us, they started a decisive journey. During the program's 3 phases, they met with experts, mentors, and investors who helped them advance in their journey and shared with them their expertise until they reached the final phase. Now, 5 of the 70 participants are living the ambition
Your Royal
we
Highness,
share
Your
together
Excellencies,
to
esteemed
make our
guests,
proud
ladies and
nation
gentlemen,
a
thank
global
you
destination
for coming to
investment
the
in
finally of the Biotech
biotechnology.
Startup Program. In the next few
Damam
minutes,
Valley,
we will discuss
home of
the we will listen to the top 5 startups in the program and engage in profound discussion with the world-class leaders and investors sitting here next to me. First off, I would like to extend my gratitude and appreciation to His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Walid bin Talal and His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al Faleh, His Excellency Bandar Al Khrayef, and Ms. Lubna Al Alayan for their support throughout the program and for joining us today. The Biotech Startup Program started with a vision that Saudi Arabia to be the hub for biotech innovation and investment. The journey began in February of this year, and as soon as we launched the program, the application started rolling in, exceeding our expectation, both in number and level of innovation. We received over 130 applicants from some of the world's most prestigious universities, like Harvard, Cambridge, Mayo Clinic, KAUST, to name just a few. Applicants' education and occupation background range from researchers, entrepreneurs, investors, all bringing to the table innovative ideas and startups covering different fields within biotechnology. 70 of the applicants boarded the journey, and with different training sessions and mentorship sessions and filtration, now we reach the last stop of the program with the top 5 startups. On final note, I would like to thank our strategic sponsor and partner, Dr. Jamil Al-Baqawi, Saudi Aramco, and program partners, Ministry of Investment, Ministry of Industry, Future Investment Initiative Institute, and Sadara Petrochemical Company, as well as our training partner, Alumina, MSD, and Pfizer. Our aim of the program is to help to create a community of innovators and entrepreneurs that contribute to the Kingdom's active role in the biotech ecosystem at its strive to bend itself in the map of countries leading in investment and innovation of biotechnology. Now we will listen to the top 5 startups, and we will start with Shumul from Riyadh and Houston. Dr. Malak.
Good afternoon. I'm Kengo.
I'm Malak. We are Shumul's co-founders, and let's watch together a short video about our stories and solutions.
Current non-invasive prenatal tests can only screen for chromosomal abnormalities, such as partial duplications and deletions and aneuploidy. A widely used test is the screening for trisomy 21, which causes Down syndrome. However, up to 80% of genetic diseases are autosomal recessive diseases. To have an autosomal recessive disorder, you inherit 2 changed genes, or mutations, one from each parent. Examples of autosomal recessive disorders include cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, and Tay-Sachs disease. Shumul offers the first comprehensive commercial non-invasive prenatal test for this type of diseases. Our technology combines innovative amplicon-based next-generation sequencing with our proprietary AI algorithm and a unique bioinformatics pipeline. A maternal peripheral blood sample is drawn at 9 to 15 weeks of pregnancy. Cell-free DNA is extracted from the blood and includes both maternal and fetal DNA. Analysis of the sequencing data can tell us the maternal genotype, the genotype of the cell-free DNA, and the fetal cell-free DNA fraction. Based on this information, we calculate the risk of the fetus carrying 2 copies of the mutation. With our reliable and highly accurate testing technology, Shumul's mission is to provide affordable, non-invasive prenatal testing for autosomal recessive disorders globally.
This is the current prenatal testing landscape. On the left side of the slide, you can see there is more than 40 companies in the US alone competing on a market size of around $5 billion, all of them offering NIPT testing for chromosomal disorder, which is mainly relevant for pregnant women with advanced maternal age. However, on the right side, where the majority of genetic disorders, almost 80% of them, namely autosomal recessive disorder, we still, until today, test them through an invasive, risky, expensive approach, which need a tertiary care setting. Here, where Shumul offer the first non-invasive NIPT testing for the common autosomal recessive disorders. In fact, our solution and our product can be customized to test for any of autosomal recessive disorder, which can be relevant to any maternal age or ethnic groups. Why Shumul? We are focusing on autosomal recessive disorders. We invented a non-invasive approach backed by solid science, research, and cutting-edge technology. We are most cost-efficient when we look to the current invasive approach. We have our distribution network in Saudi, USA. And most importantly, we want to simplify, and we wanted to democratize the prenatal testing. The product demo should come. So it's available to any pregnant woman worldwide. This is our same market in Saudi, Middle East, and USA.
Thank you, Marak. I'm going to talk about the key milestone of Shumul. So we just closed a seed round fundraising. So our first milestone in the next 9 months is to complete a clinical validation of our product and publish the paper to ensure medical community. So our second milestone in next 15 to 18 months is the product launch. So we plan to enter US and the Saudi market. So we try to leverage our founders' network to work with commercial and operational partners to enter the market smoothly. So our last milestone in 24 months is to launch our own lab in US so that we can bring our technology and also operation in-house. Here is our team. Our team is very diversified and also experienced with more than 90 years combined experience in science, technology, and clinical and business. Thank you so much.
Novai from London. Novai.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, esteemed judges, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to tell you all about Novai, which is a startup that is unique. Its aim is to prevent blindness through the early identification and treatment of disease. So the problem is, and you all know, that the aging population is increasing, and with that, the aging conditions such as glaucoma and AMD. And one of the problems is there are no effective treatments because there is no way of effectively monitoring and diagnosing those diseases early. So what Novai has come up with is that this is a combination of a biologic with artificial intelligence. You can see here white spots which are at the back of a patient's retina. We are already in phase 2B clinical trials. The blue circles are showing very nicely the artificial intelligence, which is automatically detecting those spots in the retina. Now, compared to any other thing that is used to look at glaucoma or AMD, we are much, much earlier. In fact, we're talking about 10 years earlier. A visual field test, which is what is currently used as the gold standard for glaucoma, picks up the disease well after it's been established. We are talking about pinpoint cellular accuracy at a cellular level in a patient's eye. And it's supported by very robust patents because this has taken a number of years to develop. It's been funded through a charity called the Wellcome Trust, and that's allowed us to get where we are. So currently, this is a platform of 3 separate applications. We're talking about a biomarker, which helps drug companies develop new drugs and to help shorten the actual clinical trials from 10 years often to something like weeks. We've also got a drug delivery side of the platform, which allows us to put an agent onto our same molecule to get to places that are guaranteed to stop disease. And that is something for the future. But the thing that we're talking about today is how we're going to help everybody. We want to go out as a prognostic and a diagnostic, so that ultimately, even though this currently is intravenously given, the nasal version will allow us to reach out all over the world to pick out not only eye disease, but also diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, because the eye is a window onto the brain. We have got clients already. As I said, we're revenue generating, and we've been de-risking preclinical and clinical trials. Our revenue so far is around 3 million. But the interesting thing is, as we move forward, we want to establish this as an established standard endpoint. And this was something for us today that we are aiming for. So in the long run, I mean, you can see here that actually the three things that I've pointed out all have an economical future. The graph shows you that our revenue from the biomarker business is steadily growing, and that is going to get even bigger as more and more people use and hear about it. The drug delivery is something that we are going to be doing in the future. But today, in the raise that we are currently doing, we want to develop the diagnostic and the prognostic as a software medical device for clinical use. And that is with a nasal version, which will have a reach out to everybody to be used in the long run. So our business milestones, we've been going for a while. I've been a professor at UCL and Imperial College in London, and this has been something that's been a little baby of mine. But actually, Novi was only founded in February 2020. So we've, I think, achieved quite a lot, including 4 clinical papers of publications of the use of DARK in glaucoma patients, in wet AMD patients, and also patients in geographic atrophy. This is just showing you how the actual technology works. You give an injection into the arm currently. Do you see these white spots occurring? Those are the ones that we count, and we use the AI to look at the distribution. So this is all incredibly important for realizing that this is something that can be taken forward. And none of this would be possible without our team, both at board level, but also at executive level.
Thank
so
you.
I hope
Thank you.
I can stop there. Thank you.
Any question?
No.
You have question?
You want to بعدين ولا?
Up to you. If you have a question, you can. No.
No. So you're already income producing and.
Absolutely, yes. That's why we want to go to the next stage.
How old is the company?
The company started in February 2020.
2020.
So just before COVID,
Yeah.
but we've managed to get through by doing remote clinical trials, actually.
Who are your clients?
So our clients are based in the US, Australia, and Europe. So we have 2 clinical trials ongoing currently in Australia in AMD and glaucoma.
Trials.
Trials, clinical trials.
Okay,
yes.
so this is proven technology or not yet?
So this is proven prognostic technology,
Prognostic.
which is being used to look at new drugs in AMD and glaucoma currently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Next, Kinemyun from Houston and Jeddah. Kinemyun from Kansas City.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
It's my honor to be with you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dammam Valley, for inviting us. First, I will start with the 3 numbers before giving the floor to Danny. I will start with number 2 and 1.5 and 1. Number 2, we are trying to solve global problems. We are trying to solve the second cause of death around the world, which is cancer. And number 1.5 or 1.5, if we just talking about 10% of 3 types of cancer, 10% of the market for 3 types of cancer, we're talking about $1.5 billion at least every year. We can achieve that in 3 to 4 years. And the last number is number 1. It's our honor that we are the first Saudi US company, a biotech drug reach the phase 1 clinical trials in the kingdom and also in the old Arab countries, and we deserve to have in the future many of these drugs. Danny, the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much, Nabil. It's delightful to be here with you all today. Thank you so much. Very quickly, my name is Danny Griffin. I am a bioengineer by training, and I also have the privilege of being the Chief Scientific Officer of Kinemune. As we get started here, I'd just like to add some color to what Nabil kicked us off here. We all know cancer is a really, really big problem globally, right? But many of us are all too familiar, maybe somebody we love has been affected by some kind of cancer in the past. If that's the case, you know that while there's many treatments we can try, they're not very effective at being able to improve quality of life, lengthen life, and keep those loved ones with us in the long term. As far as the therapeutic landscape has gone in the past decade, immunotherapies, using the immune system to fight cancer, has really, really exploded. Checkpoint inhibitors are really the flagship molecules of this class. In fact, this year they'll sell $31 billion US globally. And that number is expected to double by the end of the decade. So it's a huge opportunity and it's huge sales. So of course these checkpoint inhibitors work well for treating tumors, right? Well, that's not the case, especially in solid tumors where they have to be what a scientist call hot. These hot tumors respond really, really well to checkpoint inhibitors, but I tell you what the problem is, the vast majority, over 85% of them, are what we call cold. These patients don't respond, they progress in disease, and will also ultimately succumb to it. That's why at Kinemune, what we've developed is an intratumoral injection designed for cold tumors to turn them hot. By turning those cold tumors hot, this therapy is an adjunct with checkpoint inhibitors to unlock therapeutic response in patients and keep our loved ones close with us in the long term. Of course, we're not the only ones in this space. That's probably a good thing, actually, that there's more than just us. But I'll tell you what's unique about Kinemune. We formulated our drug, KIN-001, specifically with components that are already approved for use in humans by the FDA. What this means is we have minimal safety risk, an expedited manufacturing path that's going to allow us to get to the market quicker and with less money invested up front. Importantly, Nabil said, increasing the efficacy of checkpoint inhibitors, if we can unlock just 10% more response in these patients, that's a $1.5 billion market opportunity. The upside of that, if we take just our top 3 indications, that would be melanoma, head and neck cancer, and triple negative breast cancer. That's about 500,000 patients in the US. These therapies are commonly charged at $150,000 US. That's a $7.5 billion market opportunity. We have good traction. As Nabil said, we've completed a clinical trial. I can't share much about that with you today, but what we will be sharing it in a peer-reviewed public journal in the next month or so. So we're very excited about that. In closing, right now we're raising funds for our next clinical trial. We completed one in the US. We'd like to do a multi-site one between US and Saudi Arabia moving into next year. If all goes well with that, we're raising $4 to $7 million right now as a Series A priced round. We expect we can achieve FDA approval by 2025. We have a great team to get this done. We can talk more about it, but that'll do it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any question, Ali? How many competitors do you have? What's the landscape?
Excuse me, how many competitors?
The competitive landscape.
Yeah, that is a great question. So recently we commissioned an analysis last month where we looked at clinical trials of intratumoral immunostimulants, the same kind of drug we're doing. We found 77 companies with active trials. Most of them are in the phase 1 or 2 stages. But like I said, these are all new chemicals. The safety is unproven, efficacy is unproven. With KIN-001, it's been in people for over 20 years. We're repurposing it because of a discovery Nabil made.
So are you the only ones who are already using chemicals that are safe and that's your unique?
That's another great question as well. Through scientific collaboration with Nabil, we discovered this new utility and were able to start patenting it back in 2017. Kinemune now has 3 of those.
Yeah, we already have like 3 patents, and we're patenting more to protect the technology. So we are the only one in this field. Yeah.
Thank you, Mari.
So, Nabil and Danny, good to see you here.
Yeah, thanks.
You mentioned 10% efficacy is worth 1.5 billion. But if the efficacy is only 10%, will it gain regulatory approval? Will it be introduced if it's only 10% effective?
Yeah, what we want to say that if we just take 10% of the market, not the efficacy,
okay,
just 10% of for 3 diseases, minimum 1.5 billion a year, which is we expected more.
So that's
Are you-
market potential.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Market potential.
Yeah,
Yes.
But the way it sounded is
Yeah.
if they only catch 10% of the checkpoint inhibitors, it would mean something, which I thought was not correct. Anyway, I was also going to ask if you're also looking into the efficacy of this other diseases other than cancer. Have you looked at other applications?
Absolutely, yeah. So our strategy, I love that the session before this was about starting locally, then moving global. In pharmaceuticals, it's less regionally based. It's more you start with a narrow indication. If you can advance to the market there and prove that it works well, you start to expand. We could see ourselves in other kinds of cancers, but then ultimately other kinds of immune-mediated diseases as well. Infectious disease, autoimmunity, you name it.
And you said you're going to go to, you're expecting FDA approval in 2025. What are the hurdles that could push that beyond 2025?
Yeah, so far our phase 1 trial was just evaluating safety. We also looked at some biomarkers.
So it just looked at safety?
Right.
Not
right.
efficacy?
So the efficacy is going to be the big teller
one.
for sure.
Okay. And are you working on efficacy for animals first and then humans and then?
Absolutely.
How long does that take?
We covered all the preclinical, all the animals, the efficacy and safety. We just finish the phase 1A for the safety, and now soon we'll start for the efficacy phase 2 clinical trials, and hope we do it in US and also in Saudi, with collaboration with the Saudi FDA.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Next, Hai Bogard from South Africa. Good luck.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? I'm happy to be here. Okay, I'm going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can I have help with this?
Yeah. Yeah, you can go ahead.
All right, cool. Okay.
Hi.
Okay.
That's my.
Yeah.
All right. A week and a half ago, I was cheering on my biggest football supporter. Sorry, my biggest, soccer fan. I'm a biggest soccer fan. Yeah. And I lost my voice, Prince Khaled. When I Googled Dr. Al-Qorayaf, it told me that I would need 2 weeks to work on my voice. So I'm happy, very happy to be able to speak to you. Trust me, I'm very happy. All right, the problem. What is the problem? The problem is the epidemic situation in Africa is the most challenged globally. I don't need to tell you about the bacteria, the viral threats, and so forth. But the solutions that we're coming up with, Madam Olayan, to combat this are very, very dangerous. And our solution is to go to nature. It's to go back to our roots. Electrochemical activation technology. We're talking about fusing salt, water, and electricity to create a broad-spectrum biocide that's able to create some of these products that you can see that range from pet care, baby care, antimicrobial solution, fruit and veg life extension for the industry. And what we are saying is the market opportunity in Africa for clean water, for agriculture as a biocide, for health and wellness, is an addressable annualized market of $7 billion. And that's the space we're basically playing in. And what are our clients? We have a dual focus. We have a B2B focus, and we have a B2C focus. We're working with enterprises as well as consumers. How do we make money? We have a very traditional, simplified, straightforward money-making approach. We make money through a profit margin, lean manufacturing, and we are also working on an on-demand technology solution for the future where the enterprises can be able to generate the biomic HOCl on-site. Our business milestones, we've been tested and approved, number one. We've been listed, the very long process of convincing the supermarket chains to to take us up. Number 3, we've been in pharmacies. We've signed up B2B customers in agro and across different sectors. This is just a snapshot of our product demo on the shelf. We're competing head-on with 100-year-old brands already. We're 1 year old, we're bootstrapped, and we're already right there with the big boys. This is the enterprise. We have a bulk solution. Minister Al-Khoraf, you had a very good question when we spoke, and you said, how do you sell this to the big boys? How do you sell this to the farmers, the poultry guys? And this is how we do it. We have trademarks that we've come up with. Yes. And this is basically our team. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How much does it cost?
You had that question, Prince Khalid.
Everybody needs to hear it.
It's a very cheap solution. How much does it cost to produce? It's very cheap to produce. We're talking of less than 2 cents to produce.
What's the IP that you have that other people can't copy?
Well, we're a market-focused startup. We're looking at a continent that manufactures very little for the world, and that's got these problems. So our focus is on impact and not really to come to you and say, I have all this IP. We're not defending IP so much, but we're solving a problem and addressing a market and have entered the space. We're the first mover, basically.
Got it.
Yes.
Is it safe? Has it been tested for safety?
Very good. This you can spray into your mouth and taste it. I kid you not.
I'll spray it in your mouth.
Let me do it for you, please. Let me do it for you, Tal Amrak.
And if it's still alive, we'll know that it's safe.
No. Why not you? Why not you spray it in your mouth?
Well, I can spray it in the mouth if you want.
No.
Yes. Any more questions?
Anyway, Clinton, it's good to see you here in Riyadh. I mean, this guy made too much investigation on me. I stopped asking him questions.
I did say that the only thing I don't know about you is your 7th name, Honorable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Optima DX from KAUST. Dr. Majdi, Shadi, go ahead.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shadi. This is my 4th startup. With me today, Dr. Magdi Mahfouz, Chief Scientific Officer, and the most cited professor in CRISPR in the region. We're a KAUST to spin out, and we're solving the diagnostic gap. So we lost millions of lives in COVID, right? And the world isn't ready for the next pandemic yet. But the diagnostic gap isn't just about pandemics. Half of the population lack access to proper diagnostics already. And that is a global issue. Why? Because molecular testing infrastructure is limited. While we have the group of technologies, the gold standard like the PCR, which is the gold standard for the reliability, but it's centralized and hence expensive and inaccessible. Other group of technologies are decentralized but not as reliable, like antigen testing. It's 100 times less sensitive than the PCR. We have successfully engineered and validated a scalable, reprogrammable, CRISPR-based diagnostics technology. So CRISPR is famous in gene editing. We use CRISPR in diagnostics, and this is a game changer because it brings the accuracy of the PCR and the portability and affordability of the rapid testing. And it's a platform technology, meaning that it's literally reprogrammable to every possible viral, bacterial, or genetic disease marker. We have the prototype here. We have, in partnership with Kingfisher Research Hospital, clinically validated our technology, our patented technology, with 100% specificity and 95% sensitivity. We're deploying this technology in a very simple kit that anyone can use. This is the user experience. The user just collects the sample, put it in the capsule that has the chemistry of the test, put the capsule in the device, and results are ready. Device price estimate is $300, which is 100 times cheaper than the average PCR. Test price estimate is $30, which is going down with economy of scale and further R&D. Business-wise, we have 3 revenue models. A core straightforward consumable-based like the Nespresso business model, targeting primary healthcare units and patient at home. One-time device sale and recurring revenues from the capsule. We have 2 other revenue-generating partnership-based revenue models to hit 2 goals: quicker go-to-market and expand our obtainable market. CRISPR is set to disrupt a multi-billion-dollar PCR market. And this is why there are few other startups commercializing CRISPR in other markets. Some of them are currently unicorns, and our differentiation is three things: focus on Middle East and Africa, partnership-oriented go-to-market strategy, and a unique portfolio of clinical indications. With the right balance between science, technology, and business, we believe we have what it takes to hit our milestones, which is a partnership-based go-to-market with our assays after a year, a clinically validated, fully automated kit in 18 months, and obtain our regulatory clearance for the kit by early 2025. We're raising funds to hit our upcoming milestones, and if you're interested to make precision diagnostics more accessible, we'd love to connect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You have patents on this. You have patents on this.
We have a patent pending. We filed it through KAUST 18 months ago, and we're expecting to receive it.
So
end of
regional,
this
not
year.
international.
The IP is in the US.
So you're filing the patent in the US also?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where will you manufacture the kits?
We're not in the manufacturing phase yet. Currently, we're exploring multiple design and engineering agencies to help us design and engineer the kit. When it comes to manufacturing, we're not there yet.
So do you make your money on the consumables, or do you make your money on the
Two things.
device?
We have the one-time sale of the device, expected to be at $300, and the recurring revenues from the tests or the capsule.
Why do you have to charge for the device if you are going to make money on the consumables?
We're not putting a big markup on it, but financially speaking, we're just, we're not giving it.
I think we should.
Maybe we can assess the financial viability of this, considered.
What's the accuracy of it?
95% sensitivity and 100% specificity.
For what disease?
The clinical validation that we did in King Faisal Hospital was on COVID, but the thing about CRISPR that it has this guide RNA that you can reprogram for other disease marker. It's just complementary nucleotides. It's really.
So you haven't tested on other diseases yet?
This is our clinical validation roadmap that was shown in the.
Where are you in the funding rounds?
So we are opening a round, and we have commitments.
First round?
A first round, yes.
How much?
$7 million.
What will that be spent on? What will it be spent on?
So 40% on R&D, 40% on product development, and the remaining on payroll SG&A.
And you have one of the other professors as a
Advisory
as an advisor, Malak, Dr. Malak.
Yes.
I saw that. You're going to win twice. That's not fair. Maybe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
إذا الشمول ما سألناهم أسئلة.
You have question for Shimul?
No, I want to be fair to them, so we. Okay.
If there is any question for Shimul?
We didn't give them a chance.
Sure. This is our very simple demo, by the way, if you want to see it.
By the way, why are you only doing a lab in the US, not a lab in Saudi Arabia?
This is an excellent question, Madam.
So you're going to send all the blood tests to the US?
No. So we started the R&D actually research project in 2019, 2020. All actually the samples came from Saudi women and from US pregnant women. But we do process part of the samples here, and we also have in parallel collaboration with Baylor Genetics. So we do it in parallel between the two sides. We are moving to the US for different reasons. First of all, there is to get talent, there is access to talent, and also there is to get capital. And the third, the maturity of ecosystem. But we have a strong presence in Saudi. We have actually partners, including some, I don't want to mention name, but we can discuss it. We have a distribution partners here. Thank you.
Thank
you. I had a question also, if I may. Does your technology and your test work pre-marriage? I mean, can it be used for screening for susceptibility to these type of diseases?
No, we are only for pregnant women from week 10 to 16.
So you cannot look at genetics and sequence it?
Before that, there is a different test called carrier panels, where many of our partners, they offer it. It's almost everywhere.
It's already in the market.
We just focus on the spirit, and this is my demo. We just collect blood here. That's it.
Thank you.
And sorry, you've just closed your round.
Seed
Seed
round.
round. How much?
It's undisclosed for this matter.
Okay. That's okay.
We can discuss it, Prince Khalid, in private, but we prefer not to disclose.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's time now to write your evaluating for the startup from 1 to 5. While we are doing this,
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
First of all, I would like to say that I think they are all winners. And I would like to congratulate the Dammam Valley for the great work they have done.
Well done.
The quality of the ideas that we have seen is out. I mean, really exceptional. And I think the fact that the ideas are commercially more or less viable, but also they are all after a cause, is something that we should be very proud of. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali.
Very well said.
Do we get to collaborate, or is this? Yeah.
If you want to collaborate.
But you need to turn off the mics if we're going to
Yes.
collaborate, though.
Yeah.
I made up my mind.
You made up your mind.
I did.
You did.
Okay, so then we will get the average. Of,
Okay.
So do we have to announce?
No,
Okay.
someone will collect.
Okay,
Someone will. Malik, if you want to have a comment or something for the
So
ecosystem,
number
for
one is number one.
Well, first of all, I
قالت لي بالأول
Yeah.
Is
you
the
win
mic
it.
on? Okay. I think obviously this is a great process. I think the excitement you created, 70 entrepreneurs have come forward. So thanks to you, thanks to the university, thanks to Dammam Valley. You know, the combination of entrepreneurship, deep tech innovation, which is, I think, something we're trying to activate in the kingdom. The kingdom has been doing great in entrepreneurship, venture capital, but this type of venture capital has not taken roots in the kingdom. And the fact that you're opening it up globally, we're seeing global innovators and researchers and inventors converge here and work with our scientists from the universities across the landscape.
One big though.
Is fantastic. So, okay. So I think this is the beginning of a movement, doing it specifically in biotech and healthcare is so timely. We just came out of COVID, but everybody is predicting that there will be many other healthcare challenges coming forward, not to mention the ones we're living with, the chronic diseases, congenital diseases. So, like I said, the sky is the limit. This is the tip of the iceberg. I can't wait to see what this will ultimately unveil in terms of solutions that will be in our homes, that will keep us from going to hospitals, that will extend life, that will improve quality of life. So thank you very much. And I want to just echo what His Excellency said. Each one of the 5 and probably each one of the 70
Absolutely.
is a winner, and thanks to you for giving them the platform.
Thank you, Malik. And without your support and Ma'ali al-Kharib support and all the panelists with us and the partners, we couldn't have done this or reached this level. Madame Lubna, you have any comment?
After the 2 excellencies, and that's why there are excellencies, we can't say anything. But I have to say it's really very impressive, truly impressive, and it makes us as Saudis very proud to see this happening. And thank you for bringing this to the scene.
So I guess you will sponsor them next year, Lubna?
A sponsor. Well, there is different type of sponsorship.
Yeah, I mean the money one.
The money
type.
Your commitment of mentorship for the not only you but the whole panelists. This is what we were asking for.
We like to tease her.
Yeah.
Tease Lubna, that's all.
And he's right.
small Amir.
But I can't.
أبدا بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. I have to echo everything that the excellencies and obviously my sister Lubna Ayan said. Wallah, this is a high caliber a bunch of companies. I love to see the collaboration between the two countries happen in a very high level way. I wish them all the luck. They're really good, mashallah.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
I know you have to run. If we can get one group picture, and we will announce the result later once we have calculated.
Collated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, only startup. Yes, please. Yes.